have. I don't have a name to go with that. If you would unmute yourself and let us know who you are, we'll address your matter. Yeah, Mr. Lloyd, Galaxy A11 does not answer either. I guess we can just check back from time to time and wait for Josh.
That's Mr. Gossi. He's here for the swallowing.
Oh, okay.
On the 9 o'clock calendar, number 4.
Good morning. Long time. How you been? Off record.
Morning, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
Stephen, good morning.
Good.
Now, if you're ready to go.
I am. I'm going to give you a little update on what's going to happen here. I've got a plea form in the hopper for Mr. Williams. I'm just asking you to assign me to those newer cases. We've got an agreement that resolves all of his matters. And then after that, Your Honor, Mr. Iverson, we also have an agreement resolving all of his cases. However, he's COVID positive, and I've gone over that with him. And what I'd like to do is he's going to sit in here when he comes in, and I'm going to call. Hopefully, it's okay if I call Mr. Dilly and go on speakerphone so I can be out in the hall during that plea, if that would work.
You bet. You bet.
Okay, so the first one is Robert Williams. We've got 3 matters on. Go ahead and scoot in here, Robert, so they can see you. We'll get all cozy. There we go. And I've gone over the plea form, Your Honor. There's an arraignment. We're going to waive formal reading of any of those charges and enter a plea of guilty on one of them. The other charge, I believe, the obstruction is going to be dismissed. We have an agreed recommendation for credit for time served, no law violations, no driving without license and insurance. The hit and run charge is going to be amended to a hit and run unattended. And as I said, we do have a guilty plea statement in there. Thank you.
Mr. Dolly, anything to add to that?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
Mr. Williams, good morning. For the record, his name Robert Colton Williams.
Good morning, sir. Yes.
Mr. Williams, do you disagree with anything at all Mr. Stevens said?
No, I'm just a little confused.
All right, we'll hold off then. We're gonna have to talk to him.
Okay?
One moment.
We can't proceed with confusion, so we're gonna need to talk to, Mr. Steva for a moment. The jail's been muted.
And Your Honor, we're ready to proceed. He was just wanted to make sure he understood the recommendation, and we've gone over that, just understanding his credit for time served, and he's sure on that now. So we're ready to go. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, I have on a computer screen in front of me a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to two things. One, hit and run unattended,
Sir.
and two, reckless driving.
Yes, sir.
Have you gone over the plea form with your attorney?
Yes, we have.
And if you had any question at all about what it meant to plead guilty to those two charges, was your question answered?
No, my questions are answered.
Now, hit and run unattended is a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty and conviction to be 90 days in jail and
Right.
$1,000 fine. Reckless driving is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty for that would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. That being the gross misdemeanor. I would be free to impose up to the maximum if I saw that fit, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that.
Yes, sir.
Now, if I accept the pleas, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal. There's simply going to be a sentencing. You realize that.
There's going to be a sentencing today.
Yes. That's what we want. You get sentenced, so you get credit for time served.
We'll take action against your driver's license in a matter determined by the.
Otherwise, we wait here, you get sentenced next week, you sit here the whole time. Okay, one moment, Your Honor.
And your record, and that would probably be 30 days. The jail's been muted.
Well, we're good, Your Honor. We're just understanding some language there. Yep.
Yeah.
Mr. Williams, as to one count of hit and run unattended, amended from hit and run attended, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on September 14th, 2021. How do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, I guess.
Okay, can't do that. Okay, one moment.
You're guessing, Mr. Williams.
Okay, we understand. Thank you.
Guilty, sir.
As to one count of reckless driving occurring, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on October 30th, 2021, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Make those pleas of your own free will.
Could you repeat that?
You make those pleas of your own free will.
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? Except the recommendation is to sentence, of course.
No.
We'll find the pleas to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statements in paragraph 11 of the plea form does satisfy the factual elements. The recommendation, Mr. Steve, I understand is 90 days in jail on the hit and run charge, 364 days in jail on the reckless driving, suspended on condition of law-abiding behavior.
Yes, Your Honor. I think we have 3 or 4 days credit for time served and then everything else remaining suspended. Don't drive without a license and insurance, $250 probation fee. We can split that $125 between each of them. I don't really care which way we do that. And then I don't know if we really discussed it. The other 2 counts would be dismissed. And then also no law violations for the next year.
Correct, sir.
Yeah, that was the agreement. And that's the understanding. Thank you.
Mr. Yoli, anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Steve, I think we have 4 days credit for time served.
4 days. Okay, that sounds right.
Mr. Williams, you have what they call the right of elocution. That means you can tell me anything you wish. You think I ought to know before I impose sentence. You don't have to say anything, but if you have anything you want to tell me, now's the time.
What do you want to tell me? What do you want to say? That's good. Okay, Your Honor, he does want to make a short statement.
I just want to get my health right and get better and continue moving forward with things and not be no more crime committing and just be a law-abiding citizen.
Mr. Williams, that's a choice you have to make. You racked up 3 separate charges, kind of all of a sudden. That could indicate to somebody that knows more about it than I do that there's a problem here that you need to address.
Right.
So
Most definitely.
here, with regard to the driving, is kind of troubling.
Right. I understand.
I'm going to follow the recommendation. Give you credit for 4 days served, 90 days in jail, all suspended, 86 suspended on the condition. Fourth and above, and 364 days in jail with 361 suspended on the reckless driving charge.
Thank you.
Of the suspended jail time, of course, are law-abiding behavior, and that would include, especially in your case, do not drive
Yes.
with license and insured, and do not commit any criminal driving offenses. Okay.
Gotcha.
Also impose a $250 probation fee. We'll set the payments on that.
And Your Honor, we just wanted to be clear. So we're credit for time served in all matters, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Served on, twice, of course, in both cases.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Williams, I would wish you the best of luck. How it goes from here. I'm hoping that you've learned something from these experiences, and we won't have you involved in any driving situation again. Okay.
Yeah, most definitely.
If you have no other holds on you, you'll be released before the day's over. You take care of yourself, okay?
I appreciate it. Thank you, Judge.
If there's any issue at all making the fine payments, I want you to make sure you let Mr. Steven know and we can deal with that, all right?
Gotcha.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Your Honor, I think they're going to grab Mr. Iverson. As I mentioned, it sounds like there's a positive COVID test there. So if that works with Mr. Dilly, I will call his phone when Mr. Iverson takes the booth here and handle the matter from the hallway. My understanding, we've gone over it together. There shouldn't be any issues. Everything's agreed. I don't know exactly the credit for time amount. I'm pretty sure it's 5 days because I know he just came in here 4 days ago, I believe, and I found a day or two previous in looking through them, but I'm not gonna. I guess it doesn't necessarily matter at this moment, but I'm just letting the court know.
You stay well, you stay safe, and hey, if we got to set something over, we can certainly do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We'll go off record for a bit, and Josh is going to give you a call. Don't need to read it.
Hey, Josh. Yeah. So, I have Mr. Sneva on speaker. Go ahead, Josh.
All right, I hope everyone can hear me, Your Honor. This is Josh Sneva. I'm just a few feet away from Mr. Iverson. I've gone over the plea form with him. Today we have an agreed recommendation. The assault 4 case is going to be dismissed, and Mr. Iverson will be entering a plea on the theft, third, and criminal trespass charge with an agreed recommendation of credit for time served. I've gone over that with him, and we are prepared to proceed. Thank you.
And that's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Iverson, good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
For the record, is your name Shane Leslie Iverson?
Yes, it is, sir.
Mr. Iverson, do you disagree at all with anything that Mr. Sneva just said?
No, I don't, Judge Meyer.
I'm looking at pleas of guilty to one count of criminal trespass, second degree, which is a simple misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction to be 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. There's also a plea to one count of theft, third degree. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Have you gone over the plea form with your attorney?
Yes.
Any questions at all?
No, sir.
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing.
Yes, sir.
That could be up to the maximum, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Mr. Iverson, with that in mind, as to one count of criminal trespass, second degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on December 24th, 2020. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
With regard to one count of theft in the third degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on January 23rd, 2021. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make those pleas of your own free will.
Yes, sir.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
I will find the pleas to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offenses.
Yes.
Mr. Steve, anything regarding the recommendation which I'm reading on the screen at this time?
What was that, sir?
Did you hear that, Josh?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes. Nothing further, Your Honor. Just that these are agreed recommendations. Thank you.
Mr. Iverson, is there anything you'd like to tell me? Now's the time. If you do, you don't have to say anything, but
I have nothing else to say except for thank you, and I'm sorry if I pushed this so long, sir. My apologies for that. That's it.
a bit of a stretch. I don't like to hold people in jail, but I figure after 4 non-appearances,
Okay.
you have much of a choice.
I kind of needed it, you know what I mean? Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Hopefully, there won't be any reason for law enforcement to re-incarcerate you in any event.
I'm on the straight and narrow, sir. I'm on the straight and narrow now, man. I appreciate you. Thank you.
90-90 on the trespass, 364, 359 on the theft, third, credit for time served, of course. And with regard to the fine, the city's asking for a probation fee in the amount of $250. Now, is that something you have the ability to take care of?
Yeah, I need payment plans though. As I was telling you the other day, I just got a job offer and stuff like that. So things are turning around. So it's going to take me about 3 months, probably, I'd say at the most. If that's possible.
Hey, that's a step in the right direction. I'm glad to hear you're going to go to work. That's
Yeah, me too, man.
We'll set the payments real low. That's not important. That's the least important part of this thing. The most important part is The jail time is suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior.
Okay.
Get in trouble, okay?
Yeah, you got it, boss. You got it, sir, Your Honor. I can maintain.
And the balance of the charges are dismissed here.
Okay.
Unless you have some other holds on you, you'll be released by the end of the day.
Yeah, sometime. Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Iverson, thank you for your patience. You take care of yourself.
Yes, sir, I will, Your Honor. Thank you. They're rushing me out now. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Judge Meyer, was there anyone else you needed to see today, sir?
I need a kind word and a little understanding, but that's all I need from you. I'm hoping you have a good day and thanks for the help.
Yes, sir. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too. Take care. And the other, the galaxy, and those. Yes. Was she the one that was calling it? Yeah. Sherry Lynn, so that was a request to vacate. Well, let's go back to the galaxy and give it a try. We have Galaxy A11 appearing on Zoom, but that device has been muted. If you would unmute yourself and let us know who you are, that would be deeply appreciated. Well. Okay, that's for the night. Brent, do you want to take Ms. Wagner? She's
Yeah, go ahead. We haven't had any contact with Ms. Wagner, but so I think this is probably a reset.
Oh, Miss Wagner. Oh,
Ms. Wagner, good morning. How are you?
good morning. Can you hear me?
I certainly can, and I also have Priscilla Cannell on Zoom as well. Hear you loud?
Perfect.
Cannell, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I'll turn to your attorney for the status of the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I did fill out forms in O Court asking for a continuance of her matter. This is a newer matter. This is the first pretrial, and I'd like some additional time to work on this matter.
Okay. And the order says you're reset to February 3rd, 2022. Is that correct? Is that
Yes, if that date is available with the court, that would be my preference.
Mr. Doty?
No objection, Your Honor.
Ms. Cannell, at the request of your attorney, we're resetting your matter to February 3rd at 9 a.m. Any conditions released earlier set remain in effect. And of course, another condition is maintain contact with your attorney.
Yes, sir.
We'll send you a copy of today's order, and we'll also copy your attorney as well. You take care. Have a good day. That concludes the hearing.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I also have an 11 o'clock matter. I don't know if I can address that matter. I did upload a form in O Court for the Peyton Lewis matter. but I can waive his presence under 3.4 if we can handle that matter now.
No objection from the city, Your Honor. I'll sign the motion to continue.
And Your Honor, I appreciate that and thank you. This is a case that is older and I apologize that I don't have a resolution, but I'm hopeful that I can work with the prosecutor, get a resolution on this one and Ms. Canals before the next hearing.
For the criminal case, it's always best to take as much time as you absolutely need. So I'll sign the order, and copy you on that. Is there really any issue with the appearance of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Wagner, that concludes the matter. I'll sign the continuance, and that'll be to February 3rd as well.
Do we want to calendar that for the same time? At
That
9?
would be great. I selected 9 on both, I believe.
Perfect.
Yep, we'll calendar both for the same time.
Thank you.
Okay, you take care. You have a good day.
Thank you. And this is a weird thing to say, but you're one of the most friendly judges. I don't know you because I don't practice in your court very often, but I really do appreciate just your tone. It's a weird compliment, but you just seem like you're very nice to people and very respectful. And as defense counsel, I always appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you very much for saying so. I hope I deserve that. Sometimes I'm not
Well,
sure, but I thank you.
Thank you. Have a really good day, everyone.
And you as well. Take
Thank
care.
you.
Take care.
Bye.
Forgot all of that, but that was, yeah.
Your Honor, it looks like we have one more on the 9 o'clock, the number 3. Old Mr. Dysart case, actually, it looks like. Yeah. Oh, great. And Ms. Squally's here if you want to take her at the 9 o'clock number 4.
Parties
on
are
our
ready to go on
calendar.
that case. We can certainly call that right now.
I think there's just going to be a request to continue this out. Maybe until, I think we wanted sometime in February.
In February, I was having a problem with the O courts. It wouldn't push it out far enough. It wasn't, yes, Your Honor, the request is for a continuance toward resolution. I spoke with Mr. Dilly regarding the resolution for Ms. Squally. Jossie Ross on behalf of Ms. Squally for the record.
Mr. Ross, always good to see you. You take care of yourself. For the record, dear Shiana Squally, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. For your attorney, we'll send it out to February sometime, maybe
Yes, Your Honor, that's the plan.
February 3rd or 20th? 3rd or 17th?
The 17th, I think, is better.
Sure.
Absolutely. Ms. Wally, requesting your attorney, we're resetting the matter out to February. Give you a chance to fully discuss the matter. Take care of yourself. We'll see you next year. I'm signing the order, resetting it to February 17th, 9 a.m. We'll see you then. You have a good new year, and take care of yourself. Stay in touch with your attorney, and we'll see you in February.
Thank you, Judge.
Take
Have a
care.
good Christmas.
Hey, Ms. Squally, hold on. Oh, yeah, they can get copies before you leave. What I'm doing is I'm signing the electronic order. Sorry to call you back. I should have said this before you left. But you can go to the window out of the courtroom and to your left and get a copy of that and save postage and don't trust the mail anyway. But hey, sorry.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Take care. We did have one more for the 9 o'clock calendar, Jesse Lynn Palmisano, a case going back to 2017.
I think there's been a call here that a raised hand.
Here, Mr.
No.
Good to see you.
So I guess Mr. Palmisano is not present.
Don't see any mail return.
We just need a public defender. They're here for arraignment. They're here for arraignment. So, but we don't have a public defender. So I said, we can handle that as soon as we get a public defender.
I was trying to figure out what was going on with their this. Yeah, you're here a little early. Usually we do the arraignments at 1 o'clock. We will take your cases this morning as soon as a public defender gets here, but he is not here yet. We're off record. We're back on record with regard to the 9 o'clock hearing set for Mr. Paul Misso. He apparently is out of custody at this point, but for reasons unknown, did not appear. Warren will reissue 2,500 cash or bond. I'll go back to the 8:15 calendar. We did have some non-appearances. The first would be Josh Butler. Mr. Butler is one of our usual. Apparently, it's at the end of an SOC, $75.
Why don't we go $500 cash or bond?
So ordered. Next would be Thompson Andrew Holden.
The third new violations, $5,000 cash or bond.
So ordered. And one more, and that would be Sherry Lynn Sully. That was a request by the defendant to vacate. I guess just simply strike the hearing.
Yeah, strike it.
Oh, I forgot Miss Misco Capel, Chasen Jean Misco Chappelle.
$5,000 cash or bond.
So ordered. On record, we're not quite ready to go yet, but we do have a couple of arraignments. We'll take those before the morning's over. You do have a right to have a lawyer represent you at all stages of any criminal proceeding. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you at your request. Public defender will enter a plea on your behalf, and we'll discuss with you later whether you qualify for representation at public expense. Set the matter for a pretrial and set conditions release, and that'll be it for today. So, Mr. Steve, anything?
Yes, Your
Or
Honor.
Mr.
I'd like to
Hadcock,
start
anything to put on the record at this time?
Yes, I'd like to start with Douglas Frederick on the phone, Your Honor. Or on Zoom.
Mr. Frederick, you appear to be muted. If you'd unmute yourself, thank you. We're gonna take your matter.
Yes, sir. What was that, sir?
Mr. Frederick?
Can you hear me?
I certainly can. Is your name Douglas Frederick?
Yes, sir.
We'll take your matter now. Mr. Steve is in the courtroom. I'll defer to him for the status of your matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. In this matter, we have two different cases. We do have an agreed resolution to these matters. Mr. Frederick's going to be entering a plea of guilty on the disorderly conduct and vehicle prowl counts in the case ending in 975. The other case, disorderly conduct, will be dismissed, as well as the harassment count in the 975 matter. I've gone over the plea with Mr. Frederick. There's an agreed recommendation for credit for time served, which I believe is at about 5 days, Your Honor. I don't have that exactly, but I believe it's 5. He came in a couple different times. Regardless, whatever the court comes up with, that we will agree with. Otherwise, no law violations, law-abiding behavior, and a $250 probation fee. Thank you.
There we go. Mr. Frederick, it took me a minute to refresh the computer here. I'm looking at on screen a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of disorderly conduct and one count of vehicle prowling in the second degree. Do you disagree at all?
Yes, sir.
With what he just said about how the matter is going to be handled?
Yes, sir.
Now, the first charge, disorderly conduct, is a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty is 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. The other charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty for that would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, which I'd be free to oppose regardless of what's been recommended. If I accept the plea, you give up the right to verify. There's no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. With that in mind, as to one count of disorderly conduct alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on September 14, 2021, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
And with regard to one count of disorderly conduct alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on July 26, 2021.
No, Your Honor, I'm sorry. We're entering pleas on the disorderly conduct and the vehicle
prowling second degree.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I
sorry.
misread the plea form. I'm not totally familiar with.
Okay, that's fine.
Vehicle prowling second degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on the same date, September 14th. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Make those pleas of your own free will.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty, except the recommendation is to sentence.
No.
We'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does the factual elements of the offenses. Steve, anything further with regard to the recommendation?
We're just asking the court follow it. Mr. Frederick had a few different matters that he kind of wrapped up, and he's headed in the right direction now. So we're hoping the court will be willing to follow this and just suspend the rest of that time. Thank you.
Mr. Frederick, anything you'd like to tell me? You don't have to say anything, but if anything you think I should know, now's the time.
No, sir.
I'll follow the recommendation made by the parties. Disorderly conduct, 90 days in jail, all suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior. Vehicle prowling, 364 days suspended, all, again, all suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior. With regard to a fine, a $250 probation fee will be assessed. You'll be able to make payments on that. The condition of the suspended time, of course, is, and this is important, law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble as long as you're out of trouble and you don't have anything to worry about.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Frederick, I'll sign a judgment and sentence here in a moment. And I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. That concludes the hearing today.
All right, thank you, sir.
I need the JNS to sign the JNS.
We'll get it to JNS now.
Okay.
Citing the JNS as we speak. Done. Nina?
Thank you, Your Honor. The next matter I'd like to take is Mr. Kosit. He's number 6 and 7 off the 10 o'clock calendar.
Andrew Kosit, Mr. Kosit, if you can step forward and have a seat next to Mr. Steven. Good morning.
Good morning. Your Honor, in this matter, well, there's some tracking infractions that we're going to deal with at the end, but we've entered into a stipulated order of continuance that I've gone over with Mr. Kosit. We'd like the court to accept today. Thank you.
Mr. Kosit, a SOC, stipulated order of continuance. And what that is it's a contract negotiated by your attorney with the city under the terms of which, if you do what you've agreed to do in the agreement, the charge will be at a future date dismissed. If you don't, you've given up your right to go to trial. If you violate the agreement, then the city proves that. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would result almost certainly in a conviction for a criminal trespass first degree. Any question at all?
No, sir.
The most important part of the agreement is stay out of trouble. No criminal law violations. That includes not going any place where you've been trespassed from.
Yep.
Also, you've agreed to pay a probation fee in the amount of $250. You can make payments on that. If that becomes a problem, making the payments, let Mr. Steven know and we can deal with that, okay? I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care. That resolves the matter. As long as you abide by the conditions and make the payments as scheduled.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, he's hoping to mitigate the speeding and no ball ticket in the number 7 on the 10 o'clock calendar.
We can certainly do that. NVOL and the speeding ticket. So goes that insurance is pretty important to have. $550 odd is a little bit too much. Let's reduce that to $150, and we'll make the speeding ticket simply 100 even for a total of $250. And again, that'll be just part of the payment program. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
And once again, and this is important, if you can't make a payment or your financial situation changes, make sure you let us know. Don't just ignore it. If you ignore it, that can lead to all sorts of issues, especially with the Department of Licensing and the
Yeah.
and the traffic infractions.
Yeah. Madam Clerk, does he need to get anything today? Or no? Okay.
Running the SOC has used to editing. I tried the place already. It says, oh, reload site. Try that. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Boy.
See what Mr.
Oh God, I am at last signing the infraction dispo along with the JNS. You can get a copy of that by going to the counter outside the courtroom and to your left.
All right.
Have a copy of it. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. And again, hopefully the matter will be dismissed in the due course of time, but it's important that you abide by the no criminal law violations.
I got you. I understand.
Hey, thank you very much. You take care. You have a good day.
Yep. Next matter, Your Honor, we'll take is off the 11 o'clock case is Mr. Parker, number 13 off the 11.
Kyle Parker. Parker, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Okay, so far so good. I'll turn to your lawyer for the status of it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Parker and I have gone over a stipulated order of continuance form that is in the hopper, so to speak, that we have discussed. We'd ask the court take a look at that and go through that with us today. We'd like to enter it. Thank you.
Parker, I have on screen here an SOC, a stipulated order of continuance. Once again, it's a contract under the terms of which, if you do what you are agreeing to do, charge will be dismissed. If you violate the agreement and the city proves that, we're back to square one. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports. Since you've given up your rights to go to trial, and you know what that would result in.
Yes, sir.
The conditions are really very simple, is stay out of trouble. Stay
Yes,
out of
sir.
trouble. If you change your address, let us know, but, and if you're scheduled for court, of course, show up. But most important, stay out of trouble. There is a financial obligation here, $250 that you can pay over time. I'm going to wish you the best of luck with this. Hopefully, we can dismiss the charge at the right time, and but whether we do so or not is up to one person, and I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
Any questions at all?
No, sir.
Parker, good luck. You take care of yourself, and you have a good day.
All right. Thank you.
Again, I'm signing this agreement electronically, and you can get a copy of that by going to the front window.
Yes, sir.
As you editing. Yeah, switch. I'll try it. Try reload. Now we're okay. Okay,
And Your Honor, the next matter we have is number 13 off the 10 o'clock docket, Gabriel Piscopo.
Mr. Piscopo, good afternoon. Good morning.
Morning.
And in this matter, Your Honor, we're also entering a stipulated order of continuance. Count one in this matter, however, is going to be dismissed. We're just going to be entering a stipulated order of continuance only on count two, with the standard conditions of no law violations over the course of the next 12 months. And we're asking that the court accept that. Thank you.
Piscopo, I'm looking at on the screen, the stipulated order of continuance. And once again, I'm going to repeat myself a little bit here.
Right.
So it's a contract between you and the city negotiated by your attorney. We can get this matter dismissed if you abide by the conditions and you know what they are, stay out of trouble, and $250. You can pay that over time. The money isn't that important. If you can't, if your financial situation changes and you can't make the payments, make sure you let Mr. Steven know, and we can deal with it. Okay. Any question at all?
No, sir.
Steve, I'm still having the thing that, was there a cost of this matter?
The $250 probation fee, sir.
Yeah. Computer issues.
It's okay. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Maybe, yeah. Give it a try.
The only one I have not, because I can't get into it, should be there.
Oh. Reload. It says 0. 0 totals, 0. Oh, and it's still loading. We're okay. We're good. We're good.
Just kicking that one down the road.
Modern times, Mr. Piscopo, sometimes technology isn't all that it's cracked up to be. But I've now signed the order. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. That concludes the hearing. And again, this is your last court appearance in this matter, but that's up to you.
Right.
Good
Thank you
luck
so
to you.
much.
Take care.
All right, you
And
too.
again, you can get a copy of the agreement. Go to the window out the front door and then to your left and review it carefully. And of course, stay in touch with Mr. Steve if there's any questions.
Roger that. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, take care. And let me see. Just wondering if you have online that was. You know that number? Okay, we can take that one now. That's Mr. Stanley.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Stephen, we'll turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Stanley and I have been in contact. We're just to push this matter out about probably another 8 weeks. Mr. Stanley's going to re-engage in some treatment. We are making some positive progress. When it comes to licensing, he's got his license back, and so we're on the right direction. It's just taken a second. We'd like to move any trial dates out as well so that we have time to get back into treatment so we can kind of take advantage of what we've been planning.
About 8 weeks.
Yes, I'm gonna look for a date here and see and make sure that would Mr. Stanley, would the 3rd work for you and for the court as well of February?
Yes, correct.
Would that?
I will.
Mr. Stanley, we're resending your matter at the request of yourself and your attorney to February 3rd. In the meantime, stay in touch with your attorney and abide by any previously set conditions or release. City asks for anything.
No, Your Honor.
I'm finishing that. I'm finishing that, the motion real quickly here.
Mr. Stanley, any questions?
No.
In a moment, we'll sign the order, but that concludes today's hearing. Again, stay in touch with your attorney and we'll talk to you February 3rd. Good
All
luck.
right, thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm just gonna ask the court here real quick, Your Honor, or excuse me, is there anyone here who does not have the version? What you want? Okay, I'll just need a short recess. I believe Mr. Howard will have some matters.
Mr. Stanley, I've now signed the order. We'll be sending you a copy. You have a good day. Your hearing is done.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Take a short break. Mr.
Morning,
Judge. If we could call Robert Irwin.
Mr. Irwin?
Yeah, we're proposing the court accept a stipulated order of continuance. I prepared that. With the reduction to a negligent driving in the first degree if he's able to comply.
Mr. Irwin, your name is Robert Bristow Irwin?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Irwin, I'm looking at the stipulated order of continuance, an SOC. What that does is set the matter over for a period of time. If during that period of time you abide by your agreement here, the charge will be reduced to a much, much less serious charge of negligent driving in the first degree. If you violate the agreement, you've given up your right to go to trial.
Sign right here.
City proves violation. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that'll result in a conviction for about the most serious misdemeanor charge there is, DUI. Very important you abide by the conditions, and that especially means when it comes to driving. No criminal law violations, especially when driving, and especially when that involves the consumption of intoxicants. Any question at all?
No, Your Honor.
Stay out of trouble. The costs in the matter are It looks like a 990.50
Right. Yep.
probation fee that you can pay at the rate of $45 a month. Now, if there's an issue making the payments, make sure you let us know, okay? Yep, if, it's especially important that you completely separate drinking from driving. It's, well, some of the conditions here is, never refuse to take a breathalyzer if you're requested by an officer to do one. Best thing at all is just separate drinking from driving, period. Signing off on the agreement as soon as the computer allows me to do that. I have now done that. So, Mr. Irwin, you can get a copy of the agreement by going to the window out of the courtroom to your left. I ask you to read over the agreement once again to make sure you have in mind everything you're required to do and not do. Any question at all? I'm going to miss you. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Hopefully, you won't have to listen to me again. I'm just going to wish you the best of luck and hope that all works out for the best. You have a good day.
Joshua McCrevin.
Is your name Joshua McCrevin?
Yes. Sitting right here.
Good morning.
We're asking to continue this matter. He still needs some additional time to follow through with getting an evaluation prior to making a decision on this case. Prepared a written motion for continuance with a speedy trial waiver.
City, have any objection?
It's agreed.
About how far out would you like to go?
6 weeks.
We're going to reset your case at the request of your attorney. It's important that you abide by any earlier set conditions of release and stay in touch with Mr. Haverfield. If your contact information changes, you need to let him know right away. Any question at all?
Yes, sir.
We're resetting the matter to January 20th at 11 in the morning. And you'll be able to get a copy of today's order by going out to the courtroom and to your immediate left. And we'll see you in February. Any question at all?
Yes, sir.
Good luck.
Good luck. Thank you. Next matter would be on the 11 o'clock, Jeffrey Hedman.
Still signing, still signing. Chairman, good morning.
Sign here.
Mr. Hedman,
We are proposing the court accept a stipulated order of continuance with the new enumerated conditions therein, result of which, if he complies, will result in a reduction to a negligent driving in the first degree.
Mr. Hedman, I'm looking at on the screen an SOC stipulated order of continuance. Your attorneys prevailed upon the city to continue the matter for a period of time and eventually, hopefully, reduce the matter to a much less serious charge of negligent driving in the first degree. Conditions, of course, are no criminal law violations. That especially involves any violations at all involving drinking and driving. The conviction for DUI is, in my opinion, worse than the certain number of felony convictions in terms of the impact that it has on your license and on your life. You're getting a very good resolution of this case. I'm strongly advising you to take care of it. It's once again, if you violate the agreement and the city proves that, you're looking at the very likelihood of a conviction for DUI instead of negligent driving in the first degree. There's a probation fee of $990.50. And that can be paid at the rate of $85 a month starting in January. Again, the monetary part is the least important. If you have trouble making the payments or financial situation changes, make sure we know about that, okay? Good luck to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And again, I want you to go to the window out in front and get a copy of the agreement and review it carefully and keep it in mind. Any questions? Good luck.
Good luck. No, not now. Just get them to the court. Yeah, just email them or drop off or mail them to the court. Next matter is, I believe, if she's still on the line, is on the 10 o'clock calendar. Chloe Mills, it's number 12 on the 10 o'clock calendar.
Mr. Edmund had the infraction. I forgot.
You want me to
about
grab
that.
him?
There was a speeding ticket as
Right.
well. Is that dismissed as part of the agreement or?
Sure.
I guess so. So,
I should have noticed that, but I did not. But go ahead.
I don't know if Chloe Mills is on the line or.
Miss Mills, you appear to be now. Are you unmuted now? I see Chloe Linnea Mills is present electronically, but you may be muted. If you unmute yourself, we'll take your matter. In Kuwait, present but unformed. I'm not apparently
Well,
here.
we can come back to that. Is Aaron Ruiz on the line? That's numbers 14 and 15 on the 10 o'clock. Is he available?
We'll go to Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz, good morning. You appear to be muted. If you'd unmute yourself, we'll take your matter at this time. Again, Mr. Ruiz, if you, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Is your name Aaron Ruiz?
Yes, sir.
Ruiz, your attorney's in the courtroom. We're going to address your matter at this time. Mr. Haverco?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Ruiz. This is Dan Haverco. As we previously discussed, what we're proposing to do today is enter into what's called a stipulated order of continuance, a pretrial diversion agreement on your cases, wherein you're not admitting guilt, but we're going to be continuing the case for both cases for 12 months on the condition that you not have any criminal law violations, pay a $250 probation fee on each for a total of $500. And at the end of which time, if you remain law abiding and pay the fees as required, then the matters would be dismissed. And I think we're all ready to proceed, Judge.
Mr. Ruiz, do you disagree with anything at all Mr. Haverco just said?
No, sir. It all sounds perfect.
Okay, you've got an agreement under the terms of which the both charges could be dismissed if you stay out of trouble over the next 12 months. That's the most important part, and also pay a $250 probation fee with regard to each charge. You can
Yes, sir.
take the time. If paying that becomes an issue, let us know. Now, again, it's important that you keep in mind that if you violate the agreement, we're back to square one. The matter will proceed to a hearing based on the police reports, and you know what that would result in, the possibility of 2 gross misdemeanor convictions, and you don't want that.
Yes, sir.
Making the fine payments becomes an issue. I want you to promptly let your attorney know, and that is something we can easily deal with, okay?
Yes, sir.
I wish you the best of luck. We'll be forwarding to you by mail a copy of today's SOC, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Concludes the hearing. I thank you. You take care.
You too. All right.
We make friends wherever we go. Who shall we try?
if we could next
Once
call on the 11 o'clock, number 14, Osvaldo Says. Last name Says, S-E-E-Z.
Mr. Sayes, good morning. You're muted. If you'd unmute yourself, we'll address your matter at this time. Hey, thank you.
Yeah.
Is your full name Osvaldo Sayes?
Yes.
Mr. Haverko is in the courtroom. I'll defer to him for a resolution of the case if that's ready to go at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Says. This is Dan Haverko here. As we discussed, I've prepared a statement of defendant on plea of guilty. Judge, I anticipate Mr. Says is going to bring in a straight plea to the charge of theft. The recommendation is just suspended jail time, so no jail time to be served. $250 probation fee, and just law-abiding behavior, no criminal law violations. And after 12 months, if the conditions are satisfied, then the case can be closed.
Mr. Sayes, do you disagree with anything at all your attorney just said?
No.
I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty. Tells me you're 38 years of age and your name is Osvaldo Sayes.
That's right.
Now, the plea is to one count of theft in the third degree. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Now, I'd be free to impose that regardless of what's recommended if I accept the plea. You realize that?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Now, if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5 of the plea form, no trial, no appeal, simply as sentencing. With that in mind, Mr. Sayes, with respect to a one count of theft in the third degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on October 1, 2021, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make that plea of your own free will.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. Mr. Haverko, anything further?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
Mr. Dilly, anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Sayes, is there anything you'd like to tell me? You have a right to tell me anything you think I ought to know regarding it.
No, Your Honor.
I'm going to follow the recommendation of 364 days in jail, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior and pay a $250 probation fee. That can be paid over time. Hopefully, you've learned something from this. Hopefully, there won't be any sort of reoffense. Bear in mind that if there is, that there's a substantial amount of suspended jail time, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Sayes, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. Excuse me, and we'll be sending you a copy of today's pleadings.
Okay.
Says I'm now reviewing the judgment and sentence form, which is in order and reflects the judgment. I'm signing off on that, and we will be sending you a copy of that as well as your statement. Any questions at all?
No, Your Honor.
I wish you the best of luck. That concludes today's hearing. You can sign off.
Thank you.
Did Ms. Mills ever unmute or?
We can go back to her if she's still here. Okay. Ms. Mills, we're going to address your matter now. If we can't do that until you unmute yourself, if you'd unmute yourself, we'll turn to your attorney for the status of the matter. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Yeah,
Is your full name Chloe Linnea Mills?
Chloe Lene Mills, yes.
I'll defer to Mr. Haverco for the status of the matter.
Good morning, Ms. Mills. This is Dan Haverco. We've talked about this case, and I know one of the things we talked about was maybe resolving it with a pretrial diversion agreement or stipulated order of continuance. So no guilty plea, just a dismissal after a year on the condition of 12 months of law-abiding behavior and a $250 probation fee. City's agreed to that. I've prepared a stipulated order of continuance. And again, the conditions are just continue the case for 1 year on the condition that Ms. Mills not commit any new criminal law violations, make time payments on a $250 probation fee, at the end of which time the city would then move to dismiss the case. And I believe that's what the parties intend on doing this morning. So I'd ask your honor to inquire.
Ms. Mills, do you disagree with anything at all your attorney just said?
No, I do not.
This is an agreement under the terms of which you can get the charge dismissed as long as you stay out of trouble. That's the most important part, and pay a probation fee in the amount of $250 to monitor the matter. Now, if you violate the agreement here, you've given up your rights for the agreement to go to trial, confront witnesses, appeal if you lose. But if you violate the agreement and having given up those rights, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports alone, and that would result in a conviction for a gross misdemeanor. You have a chance to get the charge dismissed, and I'm going to urge you to take advantage of that. Any questions at all?
How do I pay the $250 probation fee?
You can pay that over time. We're setting your payments at the amount of $25 a month. First payment due January 9th. Is that going to work?
Okay. Yeah, do I just come in there to pay it, or can I pay by phone or online?
That's it. We're going to send you a copy of the today's agreement, and it looks like I'm looking at the payment options are online or in person.
Okay.
Or by check. Look at read over the agreement carefully, and that's your choice.
Awesome.
Ms. Mills, that concludes today's hearing. I'm signing off on it as we speak. You can. I'm going to wish you the best of luck, and again, your lawyer's done a great job in getting you a good disposition of the matter, but it's up to you to follow through. Okay.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck. You can sign off.
Thank you.
So Judge, I don't have any more matters ready. I don't know if Mr. Sneed, what's your name, sir?
We do have a couple of arraignments.
Apodaca. Okay, I do have someone that showed up on my 11 o'clock that I need to talk to. Did Your Honor want to deal with any early arraignment matters, or did you want to wait?
We do have let's deal with the arraignments. They've been waiting a while. Who's here for the 1 o'clock arraignment calendar? I think, yes. Well, maybe we'll.
Are you here for arraignment?
You're here for the 1 o'clock calendar? Yeah. Okay, why don't we take your matter now? Come on up and have a seat.
What's your name?
And your name is?
John.
let's see.
Juan, Geronimo Pablo,
So last name is Knowles. It's number 18, page, what page is that?
Mr. Knowles.
Page 16.
Mr. Knowles, thank you for appearing. You promised me you would and you would. Is your full name John D. Knowles? Mr. Knowles, the citation alleges that on or about June 3rd of 2021, you committed the offense of criminal trespass first degree. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco, as I indicated earlier, to enter a plea on your behalf at this time, and he will do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. I stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty has been entered. That preserves your rights. We're going to set the matter for pre-trial. That's a chance for you to go over the matter with your attorney, decide whether the matter can be resolved by agreement or not. If not, you have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense allegedly was committed. Any questions at all? Conditions of release or law-abiding behavior and show up for court as directed. Your pretrial will be January 20th. You're going to be given contact information with Mr. Haverco, and you'll be able to get a copy of today's agreement by going to the window out in front. So stay in touch with your attorney and law-abiding behavior. Those will be the conditions.
And who else is here for 1 o'clock? And you're here for 1 o'clock? 11? Oh, what's your name? Oh, okay. You and I still need to talk. Okay. Is there any, who else is here? What's your name, sir? Okay. Okay. So there's a couple of folks on the 11 o'clock that are physically here that I need to talk to, but is there anyone else that's here for 1 o'clock? Are you, excuse me, sir, are you here for 1 o'clock? What's your last name? What's your last name? Joe? Please come on, have a seat. So this is Mr. Jones. I assume this might be number
Clifford
17, Clifford Jones.
Mr. Jones, you're here a little earlier, but as long as you're here, we'll take your matter now. Clifford, middle initial D. Jones would be your name. The citation alleges that on or about August 25th, 2021, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked second degree. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty and conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf and discuss with you later as to whether or not you qualify for representation throughout the matter. Mr. Haverco?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would stipulate to probable cause and ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Jones, a plea of not guilty has the effect of preserving your rights. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. And give you contact information with Mr. Haverco. Conditions of release or law-abiding behavior, and that would include don't drive unless licensed and insured. Second degree, that means you're during a period of suspension, and I'm going to urge you to, if that is the case, to get reinstated at the earliest possible opportunity. You're going to reset your pretrial to January 20th at 10 o'clock in the morning. I have you sign off on that, and once again, when that is done, I'll sign it myself, and you'll be able to get a copy of that at the window. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and good luck to you, and thank you for your patience. Okay. Any questions? Take care.
You're pretty good. And I need to talk with you, and you're here for court now, or you're just, okay. Sir, are you here for your job? So I've got a couple of folks from the 11 o'clock who need to speak with you. Here.
We'll be in recess until, I
Thank you.
want to thank you for your patience. I realize we're back on the record. Mr. Steve, I'll defer to you for the,
Yes, I have Mr. Doncaster off the 11 o'clock calendar.
Mr. Doncaster, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Full name Michael Drew Doncaster.
Yes, sir.
And we're just asking to reset this matter out to March 3rd. I put a waiver in to push any trial dates out so that we can have that length of time, and we're just asking for that date so we can take a look at this. Thank you.
Mr. Doncaster, we're going to reset the matter at the request of your attorney. It's important that you fully discuss the criminal matter and decide exactly where you want to go with the case. Preparing an order to the effect of resetting the matter. In the meantime, any conditions of release earlier set remain in effect, and of course, stay in touch with your attorney. March 3rd, 2022, 10 o'clock in the morning will be your next court date. I'm signing electronically today's order. I want you to get a copy of that at the window out of the courtroom and to your left, and we'll see you next year.
Okay, sounds good, sir.
They will give them the date out there?
Yes,
Okay, so you can go get it.
the date will be on the order that you can get at the counter.
Next, oh, sorry, I'll wait for the court.
Go ahead.
Next matter I have is Mr. Cecil. I'm not sure what number he is, but I know he was added, because it was added on after I printed my calendar, but I know he's been added on to the 11 o'clock calendar, I believe.
Billy Cecil.
Yes, and we've gone over a stipulated order of continuance form that we'd like the court to enter today. One of the counts will be dismissed. We're going to be entering the SOC on the other count, Your Honor.
And which one is being dismissed, disorderly or malmiss?
I need to look at it. So the malmish, sorry, I don't know if that's count 1 or 2, but
Two.
it's 2. Then count 2 is being dismissed.
Mr. Cecil, I'm looking at an SOC, stipulated order of continuance, and once again, if you've heard this, you're going to hear it again. I need to know that you understand exactly what you're getting into here. It's an agreement where the charge can get the remaining charge of disorderly conduct can get dismissed if you stay out of trouble. Simple enough.
Yeah.
Stay out of trouble over the next, it looks like a year. If you do that and pay a probation fee in the amount of $250, that can be paid at $25 a month starting January 9th. Now, if you violate the agreement, if you reoffend, have a new criminal offense, what will happen is if the city proves that, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that'll result in exposing you to a criminal conviction and up to 90 days incarceration. Don't want to go there. You have a chance to get this charge dismissed. It's important that you take care of it, okay? I want to thank you for appearing today, and I want to thank you for your patience, and I want to wish you the best of luck. Any questions at all? Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
I want you to get a copy of the agreement at the front window, and if you would, read it over carefully to make sure you know exactly what what's expected and not expected. Take care of yourself.
And Your Honor, I can go through my remaining, I only have a few that I haven't, that aren't accounted for, that I could go through real quick while Mr. Haverko is talking to his last few people.
Almost there.
Okay.
Almost there. Now I am there.
The first thing.
I'm having compute. There we go. Computer's a little stubborn today. But go ahead.
Mr. or Ms. Gagney, I think that's how you pronounce it on.
Diane Marie Gagey. You're Gagey.
I don't have any information to provide the court on where she is today. I do notice a warrant out of the city of Olympia, and I don't know if this is a warrant return. I'm not sure if the court's already ordered this to be a necessary hearing or not.
I have.
City recommends $5,000 cash or bond.
So ordered, 5K.
What's the matter then? Appears to be Woodward.
Dana Ward, page 9.
I do not have any information to provide the court on this matter, other than I know, I believe he called in late last time. And I'm seeing, unfortunately, a number of warrants out of other jurisdictions, and I believe the court did make this one a mandatory hearing.
Yes.
Yeah, this stems back from September 3rd, 2019, $15,000 cash or bond.
15, so ordered.
The next is Jason Murphy. Information provided the court. Looks like there's Mr. Murphy's got, well, this might be similar. I don't know if the court, if you've been in the court recently, it looks like there's a tracking FTC matter on an old SOC and then a new or disorderly conduct. So I don't have any information about the court.
The box was checked, mandated appearance.
$5,000 each.
So ordered.
And lastly, Danielle Tyndall, number 18 on the, my number 18, I don't know if it's changed on the 11 o'clock calendar. This appears to be a first pretrial.
It is.
I don't have any information on Miss Tyndall's whereabouts this morning.
We have a checkbox on this one as well.
Yeah, $5,000 cash or bond.
So ordered.
That's all for me. Yeah, Your Honor, thank you.
Steve, thank you. You take care of yourself. Survive the rest of the day. I think next court is the 21st,
No.
then 17th is, Friday night is the 17th.
Yes.
The clerk's ready for another matter. We can take
Yes.
this matter, Mr. Apodaca, going to seat. Matter comes on for a pre-trial hearing for Chief Judge Charlie.
Good afternoon.
Tracy, please go into count. I'm not sure which count I used in the pre-trial.
Well, they're both on the same site, so it doesn't matter, so. Looks like you're dismissing the second count, but Mr. Apodaca, I'm looking at the state of the defendant on plea of guilty to one count in the theft in the third degree. Is your name Marcos Anton Apodaca?
Antonio Apodaca, yes.
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, there's no appeal. There'll simply be a sentencing, and that could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that. And having given up the rights to go to trial, they do have the right to impose whatever sentence I think is most appropriate. With that in mind, as to one count of theft in the third degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on September 29th, 2021, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to make you plead guilty, except the recommendation as to sentence? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Recommended sentence is all jail time suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior, and there's a recommended $250 probation fee. Does the city have anything to add? Not hearing anything from the city. Mr. Aberco, anything to?
Oh, nothing to add, Judge. Just, ask that the court follow the city's sentencing recommendation, just suspended jail time, probation fee, no criminal law violations, and then close after 12 months.
Anything you'd like to tell me? You have a right to tell me anything you think I should know. The recommendation is a fair one, and I'll follow it. 364 days in jail, all suspended on the conditions, law-abiding behavior, and $250 probation fee. That can be paid at the rate of $25 a month. Now, with regard to their probation fee, you've already heard me say this. Financial circumstances change. If that's something that becomes an issue with you, let us know. Let us know it's easily dealt with.
All right.
Any questions at all?
No, sir.
Signatures to attach here. Viewing the judgment and sentence form. As soon as we get a
Sorry, Judge.
signature on the,
We have to, sorry.
that'll,
Give me a second. Let's see, we have to sign that. So we get. One second here. Go ahead and sign right with this thing right there on the pad. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to plug it back in. I apologize. There we go. There we go. There it goes. There we go. No, we're done. Yep.
Mr. Apodaca, you can get a copy of today's order. I just signed that. The computer's a little
Slow.
non-cooperative today. Today we're there. Get a copy of the papers at the front window, and I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, and again, as long as you're staying out of trouble, you don't need to hear from us.
All right.
Good luck to you, and
Thank
take
you.
care of yourself.
Right here. This is Linda Bartlett. She's
Ms. Bartlett, good afternoon.
yeah, case number 2 on the 11 o'clock. And
Well, almost.
we're proposing that parties reach an agreement, that being an SOC, stipulated order of continuance. Parties are proposing that the matter be continued for 12 months on the condition that she remain law abiding, specifically not commit any new criminal law violations, and then pay a $250 probation fee, which she can make payments, at the end of which time the city would then move to the Smiths.
Ms. Bartlett, again, you're going to hear me repeat myself. It's Mr. Haverco's negotiated an agreement with the city under the terms of which you can get this charge dismissed. That's a pretty significant thing. A criminal violation conviction on your record is not a pleasant thing to have. Stay out of trouble, pay a $250 probation fee, and that's the end of the matter. And of course, the passage of time to get there. And of course, again, if you violate the agreement, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that'll result in the possibility of up to 364 days in jail and a criminal conviction, which is the more likely thing. It's something to be avoided. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Hopefully these experiences in a case like this, especially as a learning one, life skills are something we, for the entirety of our lives, are something we have to learn and hone and improve on. I'm going to wish you the best of luck with that. You take care of yourself. Any questions?
Nope. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
And Merry Christmas to you, ma'am. You can get a copy of the agreement at the window. You take care.
Next matter, I'm not really ready on it, but she's on the line apparently, Lynn Cheroff, number 3. I haven't had any contact with her. And so either I could get her contact information now and attempt to go talk with her, or we just get her on the line and discuss the issue of her warrant, maybe resetting it.
Ms. Cheroff, we're going to take your matter now. It looks like you're muted. What you're going to have to do is unmute yourself so we can address your case. Please unmute yourself and.
Hello.
You there? Are you able to hear me clearly?
Yeah. Hello.
Good afternoon. Your attorney is now talking to the prosecutor. We're going to address your matter at this time. Mr. Haverco, he's in the courtroom.
Well,
regarding the status of the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, Mr. Sheriff, this is Dan Haverco right here. No one else is in the courtroom but court personnel right now. Do you have a phone number where you can be contacted? What is that?
360-972-8782.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I believe this would be Ms. Cheroff's first, I think, reappearance because there's an outstanding warrant. And I can prepare a motion as well, Judge. But because of the hour here, it's noon, and I haven't even had a chance to make contact with her. I would just ask to reset the matter in the ordinary course, and I can prepare a motion if that is.
Yes.
No objection from the city, Your Honor.
Let me just do that here real quick.
City, have any objection to the quashing of the warrant?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Sheriff, a warrant was issued because of your failure to appear last time. We're going to quash that warrant. I want to thank you for appearing today. It's important that you stay in touch with us and appear for court as directed. That's a condition of release.
Yes, sir.
Picked up on a warrant for failure to appear.
No.
If it happened to where you can't appear, all you need to do is let us know that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Your attorney is working on a motion to reset the matter.
Okay.
That'll take a moment here, but once that's done, we're going to give you a court date and send you a copy.
All right. Thank you.
Hang on. We'll be there in a moment.
I have submitted the motion, Judge, along with a speedy trial waiver.
And I have signed it.
And have you hit the refresh button? Here it is.
Oh, do I need to hit it? Sure.
I had to, yeah.
Oh,
It's,
okay,
the computer is a little.
gotcha.
Should I ever go about how far January 6th gonna work?
Sure. Yeah, just ordinary course, whatever is convenient.
The Sheriff, we're resetting your matter to January 6th at 11 o'clock. That's next year. Now, conditions release your law-abiding behavior, stay in touch with your attorney and appear on January 6th, okay? Any question?
Yeah, will that be a day where I'm able to plead guilty or whatever we decide the outcome is gonna be?
Now, that's something you're gonna have to talk to Mr. Haverko about. You've given him a phone number a moment
Yes.
ago. He'll be in touch with you and you can decide how to proceed. That's something you need to discuss with him.
Does he have any idea about maybe what time or day it will call me? Because I work, so if I'm at work, I don't even have my phone with me in the building. So and I don't want to miss his call.
Well,
when's a good time for him to call you?
I can call. I can call in a little bit today if you're going to be around.
If you're
Yeah.
off, give you
Yes. As long as it's before 3.
Pardon?
As long as it's before 3.
Sure, we'll do.
Before 3.
Yeah, we'll do.
Awesome.
Mr. Haverko will give you a call before 3 o'clock. You take care. Thank you for appearing. The warrant will be quashed and we'll.
Thank you.
Next year,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
take care.
You do. Bye.
Did we want to do no shows as well or those guys?
Yes, let's.
Oh, okay. So on the 10 o'clock, there was Joseph Baker. Number
Looks
1.
like there's already a bond posted. Why don't we forfeit the bond and $5,000 cash bond?
Any objection, Mr.
No basis to object, Judge.
That's,
I haven't had any.
Oral reissue, 5,000 cash or bond. Bond is forfeited with notice sent to the Bad Boys Bail Bonds Incorporated.
And numbers 8 and 9, Zachary McBride. Let's see. Haven't had any contact with Zachary McBride.
I know Aladdin Bales bond is perhaps posted bond, and we may have already forfeited it. But in any event, if there is a bond posted, city moves to forfeit it and reissue a warrant amount of $5,000 each for a total of $10,000.
And I've been, when there is bond posted, I think, and all the ones with bond posted, I've been actually calling the bonding company saying, hey, can you get a message to the defendant to call me? You know, just as a.
In the meantime, yes, if the bond is still in effect, I think it's been in warrant status before. This is 5,000 cash or bond, each charge and notice of the bonding company forfeiting the bid.
And then on numbers 16 and 17 on Hunter Smith, he retained counsel on his new pretrial case, which I believe has already been continued with private counsel into January. Private counsel, for whatever reason, either didn't know to appear on the compliance issue. So he's technically not here today, but I would just ask to reset the compliance issue and track it after essentially. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. Oh,
That's why it's not here. That's why I'm not seeing it.
gotcha.
I think all
Yeah.
of them.
And then on the 11 o'clock, there looks like there was a Taja Extra, number 5, and I haven't had, let's see, I may have had some contact. with
That is a case that goes back to
Been a
2019.
while. Spoke with her back in September and haven't had contact with her since then. So I don't have any information as to her whereabouts today.
$5,000 cash or bond?
Boxes check, 5,000 cash or bond it is.
And on Felicia Lewis, that's number 8 on the 11 o'clock. I did leave a message with Aladdin Bail Bonds to get a message to Ms. Lewis to contact me. I haven't heard from her, at least as of today.
She also has a bond posted, it looks like. And yeah, this one goes back to 2014.
Wow.
5,000 cash or bond?
Please.
And with a notice to the bonding company and we'll forward.
All right.
been entered. That's not any great statement about the case at all. All it is it's a way of preserving your rights, getting what they call a pretrial conference, which is a chance for you to go over the case, and decide whether you can resolve the case by agreement or not. If you can't agree to a resolution of the case, you have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense is alleged to have been committed. I see the recording kicked in a little bit later than I thought. I should have started a little later, but once again, you do have a right to have a lawyer represent you at public expense if you're indigent. Is Lindolfo Alvarenga Torres present by any chance? Mr. Alvarenga Torres. Now, a number of people will not appear. What happens is after I've spoken to each and every one of you, I'll go back through the not appearing cases, and if there was probable cause to issue the citation, a warrant will be issued. So you've saved yourself a warrant by just showing up today. Is Thor Baugh here? B-A-U-G-H. How about Conan Bennett? Mr. Bennett, if you would step forward and have a seat at the table next to Mr. Haverco. He's our public defender. Is your full name Conan Xerxes Bennett?
Yes, sir.
Citation I have alleges that on or about November 25th, 2021, you committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree. Domestic violence. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll have Mr. Haverco enter a plea on your behalf, and he'll decide by discussing with you later whether or not you qualify for a public defender at the public expense throughout the course of the minute. Mr. Haverco?
Thanks, Your Honor. I will stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Bennett, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. When I spoke to you, you were booked into custody on this charge. I did set as one of the conditions of release, no contact with Michael Barrett. That order, unless there's a problem, will remain in effect for the duration of the case.
There is a slight issue there. Here in like a week or so, their parents will be moving, and because of that order, I will be unable to help them.
That is something you need to talk to Mr. Haverco about at a later date.
Is there a no contact order, Your Honor?
As a condition.
Oh, just as a condition.
Condition
Would the city, I don't know if the city's on the line, but would the city agree to just an order of just no hostile contact? Or?
Yeah, Brent Dilly for the city. Yeah, given the nature of the case, city would be city's position to maintain the no contact, subject to future review.
Mr. Bennett, that's going to be the order. That will remain as a condition of release. The no contact order is a condition of release until that's modified. That is something you need to discuss with Mr. Haverco, but not right now, at a later date.
Okay.
Mr. Bennett will set a pre-trial here, January 20th at 11 in the morning, 11 a.m. Again, condition of release is law of any behavior, and of course, no contact with Michael Barrett. See, everything is done pretty much electronically at this time. I've signed the order resetting the pretrial. Now, I want you to get a copy of that order. You can do that by going to the left out the doors of the courtroom, and you'll receive a copy of it. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Bennett, thank you for appearing. You take care and good luck.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
And you as well. Mr. Dilly, we have an attorney online for one of the matters. So I'm going to take that now as soon as I can get to that page. We call the matter of Yelm versus Arlene Ann Mechkowski. Ms. Anderson, you're present, and it would appear that Ms. Mechkowski is as well.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Mikowski should be in the courtroom, and I am here on Zoom.
Okay, she is present in the courtroom and seated at the council table.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are ready to proceed with her arraignment.
Is your full name Arlene Ann Mechkowski? Mikowski. I apologize if there's a way of mispronouncing the name. I'm going to do it. Citation I have alleges of honor about the 16th day of November 2021. You committed the offense of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty would be 364 days incarceration and or a $5,000 fine. At this point, I'll turn to Ms. Anderson, your attorney, for the entry of a plea on your behalf.
Thank you. We acknowledge receipt, would waive for the former reading. Ask you to please enter a plea of not guilty on her behalf, Your
Mr. Dillian, with regard to any conditions or release of the city asking for anything out of the ordinary?
No, Your Honor, standard conditions are fine.
Skowski, the conditions of release would be law-abiding behavior. Stay in contact with your attorney. Don't drive unless you're licensed and insured. If any officer happens to ask you to provide a breathalyzer, you're to do so. But again, the most important thing is law-abiding behavior and no drinking and driving at all. Okay. Ms. Anderson, any comment?
No objection. Thank you, Your Honor. She's doing very well and is in excellent communication with me.
We'll set it for January 6th or January 20th and that would be at 9 a.m. Would either of those work?
January 20th is not good. January 6th at 9 a.m.
9 a.m. That doesn't gonna work. Doesn't work. We'll go to February.
Okay, that would be great.
February 3rd.
Yeah, the 3rd is great.
We'll set it for February 3rd.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Wiskowski, we'll send you a copy of the order that's being entered today, and we'll also copy your attorney. Since you're here in prison, you can actually get a copy by going to the window outside the courtroom and to your left, if that's your preference. And of course, another condition of release is stay in touch with your attorney.
She's doing great at that.
Citizen, that concludes the hearing. Thank you for appearing. You take care and have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the hearing. You take care and have a good one. Is Florentina Jeanette Bretzinger in the courtroom? Step forward, if you would, and have a seat. If I mispronounce your name, I apologize. Is your full name Florentina Jeanette Bretzinger?
Yes.
Citation I have alleges of honor about November 29th, 2021. You committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree, domestic violence. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll have Mr. Haverko enter a plea with regard to the charge, and he will discuss with you later whether or not we qualify for representation of public expense.
I have an attorney. He's just not here yet.
You're awaiting an attorney?
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to get here.
Why don't you have a seat in the courtroom, and we'll come back to your case. Let us know when your attorney shows up, okay? Michael Carroll in the courtroom. Samning Chum in the courtroom. Samning Chum. He's what? Okay. Mr. Chum, we're going to take your matter now. You're muted. If you would unmute yourself, we can address your case.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Is your full name Samning Chum?
Yes, Your Honor.
You committed assault or driving a license suspended or revoked in the get her a $5,000 That's Mr. Harris. I'm going to have him for a plea.
Stipulate probable cause, ask the court to enter or not guilty.
Mr. Chum,
I'm having trouble hearing.
We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. A plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. There was
okay.
Electronic interference there for a moment. Pretrial would be January 20th at 11 o'clock in the morning. We'll also address at that time a review hearing on the charge of June 9th, 2019. Any questions at all?
No, not really. So I just check back in with you on January 20th at 11.
January 20th, there'll be an order generated with connection with today's hearing, and you'll be sent a copy of that. Conditions to release are law-abiding behavior and stay in touch with your attorney, okay?
Yes. Do I have my attorney's information, sir?
And do not, that will be sent to you together with today's order. And
okay.
No driving without license and insurance.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
John, thank you for appearing. You take care, and we'll talk to you January 20th, the next year.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Right, exit this.
Is James Damian in the courtroom? James Damian. Good afternoon, sir. Full name James, middle initial J, Damian.
Yes.
Mr. Damian, the citation I'm looking at alleges that on or about November 23rd, 2021, you committed the offense of hit and run unattended with regard to property damage. That charge is what they call a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I will have Mr. Haverhill enter a plea on your behalf with regard to the charge at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor. Ask court to enter not guilty, please.
Plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. Mr. Damian, any question at all? And once again, Mr. Haverhill will discuss with you later whether you're entitled to a representation of public expense, and he'll give you contact information. Pretrial is January 20th at 10 a.m.
Oh, do you have to be somewhere?
Yeah, I got a training in California.
Repeat that.
I got a training for the home.
When do you get that? So when are you getting for
Oh, let's try this.
after? Judge, he indicated he has a training obligation as far as his military training. And he doesn't anticipate being actually back on the ground here until after January. So he wants to know if the matter could be reset into February.
Oh, certainly. February 3rd, I think is the next,
Does that work?
is that going to work? We'll reset it to February 3rd. If for some reason, and that's how things work in the military, if that changes, you'll have contact information with Haverhill, Mr. Haverhill. Let him know, and we can reset the matter from there. It's important that you stay in touch.
Thank you.
February 3rd, 2022 it is. No electronically signing the today's order. And once again, I'll ask you to pick up a copy of today's order at the counter outside the room and to your left.
Yes, sir.
Any question at all?
No, sir.
Good luck, take care, and have a good day.
Thank you too.
And I think we just Andrew Fleming in the courtroom. Andrew Fleming does not answer. Victor Galvin Sanchez does not answer. Marla Gaskin. Sir, I think you. Good afternoon. Is your full name Marla Beth Gaskin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Gaskin, the citation that I have alleges that on or about November 15th, 2021, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I will ask Mr. Haverhill to enter a plea on your behalf with regard to this charge. Mr. Haverhill?
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, as the court enter not guilty plea.
Ms. Gaskin, the plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. That preserves your rights. We'll set for a pretrial. And once again, that's a chance to attempt to resolve the matter without having to go to trial. Your pretrial will be January 20th, 10 o'clock in the morning. Is that going to work out?
Fine.
Conditions of release, of course, are law-abiding behavior. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverhill.
Yes, sir.
I've now signed today's order. Gaskin, thank you for appearing. You can pick up a copy of today's order outside the courtroom and to your left.
Okay.
Any questions at all?
No, sir.
Good luck and take care.
Yeah.
Is Jared Heaton in the courtroom? Jared Heaton? Mr. Heaton does not answer. Juan Geronimo Pablo. Good afternoon. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
This is on for pretrial?
We may be in need of an interpreter. It's
If you speak English very well, you speak mostly Spanish. Speak Spanish. He speaks Spanish, so if we could reset it to, and do I need to file a motion? Just reset it on a day when we can have the interpreter here. Okay. So before you leave today, go to the front counter to pick up your paperwork. Do you need to get a signature?
Officer, could you maybe take Mr. Geronimo Pablo to the window and have him given another court date?
Does he need, do I need to have him sign the order or no?
No.
Okay, all right. Got it. Okay. Yeah, he's done here. He can just go to the window.
I'll recall the matter of Florentina Bretzinger. As good as your name, Florentina Jeanette Bretzinger.
Yes.
I apologize if I mispronounced the name. The citation I have alleges that on or about November 29th, 2021, you committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree domestic violence. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days incarceration and or a $5,000 fine. With that in mind, I'll turn to your attorney for the entry of a plea in this matter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the record, Robert Gagley, hearing from number 41656. We have received a copy of the citation in this case. We're waiting on the reading of the complaint and plead not guilty for the purposes of this hearing only.
Mr. Dilley, there are prosecutors on the line. He's appearing by way of Zoom. I did have as a condition of release, no hostile contact with Donnie Bretzinger. Any issues regarding that at all?
We don't have an issue with maintaining just simply an order of no hostile contact.
And of course, law-abiding behavior. And Ms. Bretzinger, stay in touch with your attorney while the matter is pending. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. We do private counsels at 9 o'clock in the morning. That would either be January 6th or 20th, I think.
Set for
January 20th, it is 9 o'clock.
Well, now, will that be in person or can we appear this?
That's it's up to you. It's the Zoom information will be on. I'll electronically sign. We're on Yelm Court. Sign an order to that effect, and that'll be your choice. If you want to appear by way of Zoom, the contact information will be in the today's order, or if you wish to be here in present. But Mr. Dilley is the prosecutor, and he'll be the individual you want to talk to.
Great, thank you, Ron.
Anytime. I'm preparing the, hold on a second. Still working on the order. Good to go. I go to the refresh button and I don't have any date on it yet. The computers has been misbehaving today.
It's going to do what it's going to do.
It is. I don't, yeah. I hit the refresh button several times. They're having all kinds of trouble this morning, and it's, if anything, things have gotten a little bit worse. January 20th, 9 o'clock. Yeah. Got it. Ritzinger, I apologize for the delay here. I've now signed the order, and you and your attorney, you can get a copy of that at the desk outside the courtroom and to the left. Good luck. Take care. See you next year. Take care.
Yeah, next year. Hard to believe.
Impossible. Is Carlos John in the courtroom? Carlos Anthony John. Odd answer. Clifford Jones is already John. Is Teresa Latham in the courtroom? Good afternoon, ma'am. Is your full name Teresa Sue Latham?
Yes.
Citation I have alleges in honor about June 3rd, 2012. You committed the offenses of, excuse me, I need to go to a. This is sentence compliant. What happened now? Ms. Latham, this is, goes back to a rather old case, a DUI case that back in 2012.
Yes,
This
sir.
is the arraignment calendar. The officer in the field book you gave you today's date. We're going to have to reset your matter for another date, okay?
Okay.
And since this is a different calendar, I'm not sure what the issue is, but apparently your case has been in warrant status for a while.
Yes, sir. I have a copy of the warrant, if you would like to look at it.
No need. Now that I know what that looks like. Okay. Got it. Ms. Latham, we're going to reset your matter to January 6th. And again, you can appear in person. You don't need to write that down. There'll be an order to that effect. You get a copy of it at the counter.
Okay.
As soon as I can cite it. I've now signed an order resetting it to January 6th. And you might
I've got treatment papers with me. I voluntarily went to treatment here recently.
we'll have to address that at your next hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you would, go to the counter outside the courtroom and to your left, get a copy of today's order. It'll have your, and yes, you might make sure you bring that with you at your next hearing.
Absolutely.
Apologize for the inconvenience. You take care of yourself. Have a good day, and I'll see you next year.
Okay, happy
Take care.
holidays.
And happy holidays to you as well. Scott Matthew in the courtroom? Scott Matthew. Does not answer. Anthony Navarro. Well, Heather Perkins. Adam Peven. Emily Swanson Lovely. Good afternoon. Is your name Emily Page Swanson Lovely?
Yes.
Citation I have alleges that on or about November 22nd, 2021, you committed the offense of a hit and run attended vehicle. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll ask Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
This one's a lovely plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. That preserves your rights. We're going to set your matter for a pretrial. January 20th, 10 o'clock in the morning. Couple of infractions, those will be calendared along with the criminal.
Is that a 2 or 7?
And I'll sign the today's order. Go ahead and, if you would, Ms. Swanson Lovely, you can get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Take care and good luck.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Jackie Taylor in the courtroom. Jackie Taylor. Good afternoon. Is your full name Jackie, middle initial D, Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Taylor, the citation I have alleges that on or about November 25th, 2021, you're cited with the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked in the third degree.
And Your Honor, city has a motion on that matter. City moved to amend the charge to no second degree and recommend $150 fine.
Ms. Taylor, I don't know if you know what just happened. As you walked in here, you were charged with a criminal offense. The offense of driving a license suspended or revoked in the third degree. It's a criminal offense. Actually, if convicted, you could be sentenced to jail for 90 days and be fined up to $1,000. However, the city has amended the charge from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. With the civil infraction, all I can do is impose a fine if you admit it. You plead guilty and not guilty to a criminal offense, but you admit or deny a civil infraction. Any question about that? I may not have made that as clear as I could have.
One more time, sorry.
That's it. You walked in, you were charged with a criminal offense. The city has amended the charge, changed it from a criminal offense to a civil, which could put you in jail, to a civil infraction, which is a fine. Now, if you admit it, you don't plead guilty to a civil infraction, you admit it or deny it. If you admit it, I'll impose a fine and that'll take care of the matter.
Okay.
Now, you were also cited for 2 other civil infractions, bad headlamps and no insurance. So it's a total of 3 infractions. If you want to deny them, we can set it for a contested hearing at a later date. If you admit them, I'll impose a fine and that'll then put you on a payment program and that'll conclude the matter.
Yes.
Any questions about?
No.
No. What would you like to do?
So I would like to admit them. Since then, I did get my license reinstated and I did get insurance too. So-
That is the best. That was the next question I was going to ask. No matter what you did here, is we live in a world where you pretty much have to be able to drive to function at all. If your license is suspended, that's my advice, is do whatever you can to get your license reinstated. For the driving license, no valid operator's license, 2nd degree, that's I'll impose a $150 fine on that. The face amount of the no insurance is, of course, $553. You've said that's way too much. You can't afford that and insurance. So let's reduce that to $150 as well. And I think on my own emotion, I'm going to dismiss the headlamps charge at all. Now we're going to set you on a payment program. You can pay that in monthly payments. The last thing I want you to do is miss payments. And so if your financial situation changes or you can't make a payment, make sure you get in touch and we can deal with it. Now everything is on the computer now. I'm going to have to go down and open an order. Can you make payments of $25 a month?
Sure.
The first payment will be due January 9th. But again, if that's a problem, things change financially, let us know, okay?
Okay.
Signing the order as we speak. You can get a copy of that order by going to the window out the courtroom, Joanne. As you found out now, no doubt, it's a lot harder to get your license back than it is to lose it. But now that you have it back, make sure you keep it in effect.
Yeah, for sure.
You take care. Have a good day. And thank you. Mayanne Ulela. If I mispronounce your name, and I probably did, I apologize. But it's your full name, Mayanne Joanna Ulela.
Yes.
Citation I have alleges that on or about November 19th, 2021, committed the offense of committing an injury to a person or animal, including livestock. I'm going to presume that's a misdemeanor. I'm going to have Mr. Haverko enter a plea on your behalf for that charge. Mr. Haverko?
Yeah, stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, enter a not guilty plea.
A plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf that preserves your rights. We'll set the matter for the pretrial that I talked about earlier. And we'll give you contact information with the public defender. Any questions at all?
So to discuss the case, is that between me and public defender?
Mr. Haverko is going to represent you and you should discuss the matter with him. Pretrial is January 20th, 11 a.m. sign an order resetting the matter, and of course, law-abiding behaviors, always a condition or anything. You take care of yourself, and we'll see you at your next court appearance. You take care. Have a good day. Rhiannon Wells does not appear to be here. How about Alexander White Cruz? Joshua Williams? Is your name Joshua Williams?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams, the citation I have in front of me alleges honor about December 2nd of 2021. You committed the offense of offenses of theft in the 3rd degree, criminal trespass 1st degree. Those are what they call gross misdemeanors. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine for each charge. I will ask Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf at this time. And he will discuss with you later whether or not you qualify for a public defender throughout the course of your case. Mr. Haverco?
Thanks, Judge. Stipulate to probable cause, enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Williams, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf.
What's your phone number here?
Pretrial would be January 20th at 11 a.m.
Sign.
Mr. Williams, I've now signed the today's order. You can get a copy of that outside the courtroom to your immediate left. And we'll see you back here at the date of your pretrial. Any questions at all? Good luck. And thank you. Last file I have left is Danny Woolery. Yeah, I see there's still people left. Everybody's gonna get a chance.
No.
Is your name Danny Martin Woolery? Mr. Woolery, the citation I have alleges in honor about November 18, 2021. You committed the offense of violating the terms and condition of a no contact order. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty upon conviction to be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to ask Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf, and he will discuss with you later whether or not you're entitled to a lawyer at public expense. Mr. Haverco?
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Woolery, conditions of release are, of course, law-abiding behavior. And again, if there's a no contact order to that in effect, that definitely includes that. Pretrial will be January 20th at 10 o'clock in the morning.
So before you leave, just go see the clerk, and she'll give you a copy of the order that might be.
It's okay, got it. Just did something that's never done before. Mr. Laurie, I've signed today's order. I want you to pick up a copy of that outside the courtroom and to your left, the window. And we'll see you back here in the day of your pre-trial. You take care. Thank you for your patience. And good luck. So we still have people in the courtroom. Sir, you're
Yeah, Carlos,
last name?
John.
Mr. John. John, yeah.
Oh, you want?
Oh, sorry. That's one thing that happens. You're here, we'll deal with the case. Is your full name Carlos Anthony John?
Yes, sir.
Mr. John, the citation I have alleges that on or about December 4th, 2021, you committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree domestic violence. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days incarceration and or a $5,000 fine. I will have Mr. Abaco enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
So John, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf.
Right, your
Yes,
phone
we'll send it.
number right here. And then sign.
Mr. John, pretrial January 20th. Conditions of release, law-abiding behavior.
What's that? Hold file.
So John, concludes today's hearing. You can get a copy of today's order. Step out of the courtroom and to your left. Okay. Yeah. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverhill, and we'll see you back here on January 20th. Take care. And sir,
Andrew.
last name?
Oh, yeah.
Full name Andrew Allen Fleming.
Yes, sir, it is.
Fleming, the citation alleges that on or about December 3rd, 2021, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked 2nd degree. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll have Mr. Haverhill enter a plea on your behalf to the charge, and he'll talk to you later about whether or not you qualify for a public defender throughout the course of your case. Mr. Haverhill?
Thank you, Your Honor. Stipulate probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Fleming, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. Pre-trial will be set for January 20th at 11 o'clock. You're also cited for improper lane change. That will be calendared right along with the
Oh, Judge, he said he has a prearranged visitation to spend with his daughter in February, or excuse me, in January in Lake Havasu. So he was wondering if Your Honor would set the hearing into February.
We certainly can.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That we don't want to interfere with.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Go and send it back.
February 3rd, 11 o'clock.
Is that okay? February
Yeah,
3rd?
that's what that works. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that, Judge.
Louis, I've signed today's order. I want you to get a copy of that by going outside the courtroom and to your left. You can pick up a copy at the window.
Yes, sir.
Hey, thank you for your patience. So you take care. You have a good day and see you next year.
You have a great day too. Take care.
You as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's a wrap. No one else.
So with that, we'll go off record.
Okay.
All right. Well, have a good week, everybody. See you next Friday.
You take her easy. See you a week from Friday. Week from
All right.
we, some of them are contested, some of them are mitigations. Take the mitigations first. Any mitigations? The contestants last, those are the ones that take the time. Well, the matter of, Ajuan Deontay Payne.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Payne. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Hey, not bad at all. You asked for a mitigation hearing on a couple of infractions you had. One operated a motor vehicle without insurance, $553, and then no
Yes, sir.
endorsement. Wow, 300 and holy, that's an awful lot. Tell me about the insurance. What happened here?
I had insurance. I just didn't have a proof of it on me at the time.
Okay, and the motorcycle endorsement, how about that?
Yes, sir. That's completely my fault. My car had broken down, and it was like my only ride to work.
Well, that's a total of 942 citations. That's way too much.
Yes, sir.
Why don't we reduce the no insurance you did? You say you did have that?
Yes, sir.
With what, I'm looking at a copy of that. Because you did have insurance and just didn't have it on you, the citation is for failure to have a display, but the important thing is you had it. I'm allowed to reduce that to $25 and then dismiss the ticket upon payment of that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Let's reduce that to 25. And the no motorcycle endorsement. What kind of bike do you? Looks like a Honda?
Yes, sir. It's a Honda CBR 1000.
Back in the day, mine was a 450.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's reduce that to 150.
Thank you so much.
Now, what we can do is set you on a payment program with that. What we do now is I'll do an infraction disposition order, and we'll send you a copy of that. Can you pay that at $25 a month?
Okay, sounds good.
Total of $175. I'm electronically signing it as we speak, and we'll be sending you a copy of that of the order. The financial services change a little bit, and that becomes difficult. Just let us know, and we can deal with that.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Payne, thank you for your patience. So you take care. You have a good day, and take care of yourself. Drive careful out there.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Hey, take care.
Oh, yeah.
Crossbow, let's do that one. Call the matter of Yelm versus Daniel Carrasco. Mr. Carrasco, it looks like you're muted. Could you unmute yourself?
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Good. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, I am, sir.
You were cited back on October 22nd for failure to have or display proof of liability insurance. You asked for a contested hearing, which is a little unusual with that kind of ticket. Usually somebody either did have insurance or they didn't. But you're entitled to a contested hearing if that's what you wish.
Yeah, no, I think I just checked the wrong one. But yeah, I didn't have insurance on it, but I'm in the process of getting it right now. Work has just been a little bit slow, but I'm in the process of doing it.
Well, Mr. Carrasco, the face amount of the ticket is $553. It's going to be hard to afford insurance and that ticket. Why don't we reduce it from $553 to $150 and set the payments on that at like $25 a month?
Okay, I appreciate it.
Is that going to work?
Yeah, it will.
Here, I'll sign a infraction disposition form that'll have that disposition on that, and we'll be sending you a copy of that. There comes to be an issue with making the payments, let us know, and that we can deal with.
Okay, sounds good.
Mr. Carrasco, thank you for appearing. You take care, and you have a good day.
Thank you, you too, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have another one. Okay, we'll take the matter of Yelm versus Shayna Sky McNeil. Ms. McNeil?
Yes. Sorry.
Oh, hey, good afternoon. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
I certainly can. I certainly can. We'll take your matter now. So you were issued a citation for speed too fast for conditions. You asked for a contested hearing. Now, one thing to keep in mind is you are entitled to what they call a deferral, which is a sure way of getting this to stay off your record. That involves different courts have a different way of doing it. What the way this court handles that is if you defer it, you're only allowed to do that once every 7 years. But if you defer it, I will set costs in the amount of $150. Have you attend traffic safety school? That is something you can do online. We can send you the information on that. And if you go infraction free, don't have any more tickets over the next 4 months, the charge will be dismissed.
That sounds great.
Now we can proceed to a contested hearing. In a contested hearing, I read the officer's report and then listen to whatever you have to say. And if the city has proven, established that you've committed an infraction by evidence, preponderance of the evidence, I'll rule for the city. If it hasn't, I'll rule for you. Any questions?
No.
What would you like to do?
Ask him if he contests it. Can you still do the deferral? Even if
Go ahead with the hearing, the contested hearing, or you can defer it. That's your choice.
Can I defer it?
Yes, you can. That's a way of keeping it off your record. And of course, what we're referring to there in a lot of sense is insurance premiums. The better your record is, the lower your insurance premiums.
I don't understand why the ticket. I don't understand why you got it. So I don't understand why I got the ticket, because on the ticket it says I didn't get in an accident, but my car was malfunctioning when I got in it. So I don't really understand. Do you mind explaining it to me?
Well, if I heard the evidence and you see that when you go to a hearing, that you're taking the chance that I will rule for you. If you want, I'll take a brief look at the officer's report and I maybe tell you why you got the ticket. Would you want me to do that?
Yes, please.
Okay, it'll take me a
Can I
minute.
still defer it if I do?
Oh, sure. Oh, sure.
All right, thank you.
Oh.
That you weren't speeding. And he still said you were speeding. Is he still there? Yes. Oh.
I think what the officer's basis for the ticket is that he believed that you'd realized you were going a little bit too fast, and then and I've seen this many times. This got a little bit hit the gas instead of the brake. I know in my car, if I'm not careful, I can hit both the brake and the gas at the same time, and I think that's why the officer cited you. And of course, you were accelerating, going through a curve and lost control and did the damage that you did. I can see an officer citing you on that basis. But yes, we'll defer it. That'll keep it off your record, and we'll send you an order to that effect.
Can I tell you something real quick, if you don't mind?
Yeah, you can say it real slow if you want.
There was a lady that went on her evening walk that saw the whole thing happen, but we can't get a hold of her. But and she said that she heard my car revving and it wouldn't stop. And when I tried stopping, my brake was really hard.
There is a reference in the officer's reports to a witness, a Nancy Parkinson.
Yeah, we can't get a hold of her and we don't know why. But I don't know if that can help at all.
Well, it doesn't really do anything. Here, I'll read what the officer says. Nancy said she could hear the engine of the vehicle revving as if accelerating, and the driver appeared to be panicked, quotation mark, panicked, trying to stop the vehicle. I'm not sure that really helps us any at all.
All right. I just wanted to tell you in case that really helped anything.
But yeah, no, be careful driving a car. That's you know what happened to one of my neighbors in Olympia a few years ago was she was a little elderly. She thought she was hitting the brake, hit the gas, and wound up bouncing off 17 different cars before she came to a stop. So you weren't hurt, I take it, in the accident.
No, I just had some bruises. That was pretty much it.
That's
bruises from the seatbelt.
Oh, driving a car is probably the most dangerous thing you're ever going to do.
We'll
send you an order to that effect. Now, the online traffic school, that is something you can do online. And I think it costs you $30 or something. But hey, that'll be a little bit of education. Hopefully it'll be of help to you in the future.
All right. I appreciate the deferral. Thank you for hearing my side.
Yep, that's always good, especially the younger you are, the better your insurance. That reduces your premiums.
Yeah, thank you.
So, ma'am, I want to thank you for your patience. You take care. We'll send you today's order.
Have a nice day.
Dale, you too. Take care.
Thank you.
Huh. 2 no-shows. Batika, no middle name. Cavalo. And then no insurance, man. You don't appear on a no insurance ticket, man. That gets pretty basic. Well, they don't show up before the end of the day. FTA. If they do show up and I'm gone, just reset. We're still on record. Well, boy, the computer's been a little weird today. And then sometimes it won't do anything. It just kind of sees. Next, we'll address the 1 o'clock no-shows. Starting from the top. Number 1 is docket number 1 and 2. With regard to docket number 1, go ahead and amend the DWS third to no vol 2, FTA it, and docket number 2, go ahead and FTA the other 2 infractions. The next one I have is Thor Baugh, docket number 3. Amend that one to DWS third to no vol 2 as well, and FTA that as well. The next one I have is Michael Carroll, it looks like the warrant is already in the system with him, so just leave the warrant. I take it he's one of the requests that. Excuse me. Next would be Victor Galvin Sanchez. He was one of my in custodies that I called, and he had bailed by the time. He apparently posted, and then for some reason didn't show up. Go ahead and forfeit the bail, and it was a cash bail instead of a bond. Cash, forfeit the bail. It said notice to Mr. Galvin Sanchez that he did that was forfeited, and a warrant will issue 2,500 cash or bond. Next would be Jared Heaton. With regard to Mr. Galvin Sanchez, I did find probable cause of the issuance of criminal trespass second degree when I spoke to him in custody. Mr. Heaton, I do find probable cause for the issuance to him of an assault fourth degree DV case, 2,500 cash or bond. Next would be Clifford Jones. No, he pled not. That's Mr. Jones and Mr. Knowles. They were the A, and I've spaced it out. The next actual no show I had was Scott Matfee. Find probable cause for the issuance to him of cites for crime trust 1 and theft 3rd, 2,500 cash. Next would be Anthony Navarro. That's docket says reset, given that, so just reset that one. You want that one to reset back. And the next would be Heather Perkins. She was in custody, and this was the case that I think one of the officers was talking about. 1,000 cash or bond each case. Probable cause previously found for basically puffing in disorderly conduct. In docket 25. Adam Peven is a very familiar name. I find probable cause for the issuance to him of assault 4 DV. No, that was not DV. Assault 4 and criminal trespass, 2,500 cash. Rhiannon Wells, probable cause previously determined, forfeit the bonds, and I think in her case, 1,000 cash or bond on each of the 3 charges. But forfeit with notice, and hopefully the bonding company will drag her in. The last no show I have is docket number 35, Alexander White Cruz. Amend the DOS 3rd to no ball 2 and FTA. And that, as I say, is that. And with that, we will go off record.